joining the call with one other person. One other. And go to the bathroom, wash your hands. I'm with them.
I heard you. Perfect. Mine's muted too.
I just heard you say that.
And there.
Heard me too. So
See, look, muted.
yeah, yeah.
And I heard you too. Me too.
I can hear us. Okay.
Thank you. I was very hot. Thank you.
I don't know who's talking to you. Hello, hello, hello. Okay, we must have been talking on your phone. I don't hear anything.
Calling the regular meeting, the governing body of the city of Blanco, order, 14/2026 at 6 p.m. Establishing a quorum, Mayor Kenny Cargill present, Mayor Pro Tem Dennis Moore Jr.,
Present.
Councilman Brian Moses,
Present.
Councilman Rodney Grillkill.
Here.
Councilman David Behrens Jr.,
Present.
Councilman Bobby McClung,
Present.
our city secretary, Kelly Ann, city administrator Warren Escovy, city attorney Tim Covey, financial guru Joe Martinez, police chief Jerry Thornhill, and Danny Maldonado, with Infomarks in the audience to give their reports. Father Kyle, I believe, is going to give our invocation, and are you going to lead us in the pledge also?
Name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Heavenly Father, we thank you for this gift, for the gift of this day. We thank you for the gift of this season, as we celebrate the resurrection of your beloved Son. And in that same joy and that same excitement, we gather together to deliberate about the future of our fair city. Please guide us with your grace and give us your blessing from on high. And we always do what is in the best interest of our people, and always bring glory to you at all times, through the same Christ our Lord. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag. Justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. Texas, one day.
I know that had started off that went wonderfully this past weekend, and we had Founders Day on the 28th of this month. Today at Commissioner's Court, the burn ban was lifted until further notice. Be careful what you want. Okay. I got a notice from GBRA that the lake had gone down, and they are now in stage 2 moderate water shortages, and that's where we buy our water when we get finished in the lake. So they were just saying stage 2 calls for voluntary reductions on overall system demand of approximately 2% where operationally feasible. Wholesale customers are asked to review and adjust system operations as needed. Now we have, I believe it's on Saturday or Sunday, Earth Day, April 22nd, Earth Day. If you or anybody you know or are related to uses parks will be giving free rides on Earth Day. So it's pretty cool. And they had 174 riders in use the circuit, and that is approximately 350 car trips taken off the road, resulted in over 4 metric tons of CO emissions reduced. Lavender Fest is coming up June 5 through 7. And there's a big thing up here that says volunteer. You click that and you can volunteer for all sorts of things. I will be reading the shuttle buses. I believe Councilman Grillkill will be.
I usually take a beer shift.
Beer shift. That's silly, not drinking. But they have all sorts of things to do, and I know that the chamber can use your guests. As I was throwing nuts yesterday, tomorrow is April 15th. That's tax day. So either get your taxes in or get your expenses in. And as we gather tonight, I want to recognize this as the final full meeting of his council. Each of you has given your time, your energy, and your voice to this community. That kind of service does not go unnoticed. Thank you for stepping up. That's all we do. Thank you for stepping up and for staying engaged and for serving Blanco well. For the love of Blanco, please join me. Speak. Okay.
Question for you.
Pardon?
Assume as normal, with or without election, we will start the meeting.
Yes. I said this is a full.
Well, I have some parting comments, all positive. I didn't come prepared for this meeting.
Good. Public comments. I have Susan North, 390 Blanco Avenue. Public here, excuse me. Wrong one. Susan. Today? Yeah. Stand, please. Marking 3024.
Hi, everybody. I'm here to talk about the trash office. That's our 26th annual trash off day, and our 16 or 17 for cleanup. It's been a wonderful shop, and it's a trash off. Keeping the vehicle and city-wide trash off day. It's like just a big way with this. So our mission statement, I'm going to read it, is to educate and engage Blanco citizens to take responsibility for improving their community. This goes for everything. Master plan, it goes for master plan, keeping Blanco, the environment good and the youth vocation good. And so I just wanted to thank everybody that's worked and all the ones in the past that have worked. And I gave up the executive director this past year, and Deborah Sappho is it now, and she's going to be wonderful. She ran a great Saturday. But God just remember that the town, to keep it what we want it to be, we have to do this and keep our trash. That sounds like kitchen trash is what we're not able to use anymore. This is the way to get rid of it. A lot of people can't get it to the yard, and so we have a truck brigade that goes around and picks up our them. We have to be very honest and not take somebody else's distribution. So citywide, the countywide will be good at, the way I think we're going to do it at the end of this year. This month for the countywide, but it is a citywide project. And so I want to thank everybody for the years. It's wonderful. That's what I started, and able to be a part of it. Right. I will still be there. And it's the same, keep like a vehicle that over there, they got $90,000 award. It's the same, keep like a vehicle that does a streetscape that raises money for streetscape. It's a lot. Everybody.
We thank you. So Jack, 2029, you have Highway 21.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I want to raise a concern tonight about transparency, public access, and rushing major decisions before the public has had a fair chance to understand them. First glance, the posted materials create confusion about when tonight's meeting actually began. Even if that was just a typo, it still reinforces why clear public notice matters when major issues are on the agenda. With issues of this magnitude, the public deserves clear notice, clear explanations through official public channels. And when residents have to rely on informal social media comment from city officials to understand what the city says is really happening, that is not a substitute for clear official and plain English, official notice and plain English public explanations. And when citizens ask for public information about utility rates, infrastructure, and related proposals, but meaningful access is delayed until after key decisions have already been made. The responsibility to be transparent becomes even more important. And tonight's agenda is anything but routine. Tonight appears to include water rate issues, public debt and borrowing, development financing tools, sewer expansion questions, and matters affecting this annexation and property rights. Issues that can directly affect people's water bills, taxes, public debt, and the future direction of the city. For out-of-city customers especially, the proposed rate change appears potentially significant, and people deserve a clear explanation of whether they are being fairly applied or whether they may be viewed as targeted, punitive, or even a deterrent to disannexation. Blanco is a small town. Decisions like these carry real consequences here, and they should not be rushed. They should be clearly explained, fully disclosed, and supported by access to the relevant information, not just one-sided summaries, presentations, or commentary controlled by those advancing the agenda. With enough time for ordinary citizens to read, understand, and respond before votes are taken. In my opinion, this council should not be taking any major votes on borrowing, rates, development financing, or hiring outside teams to advance complex TERS or PIDS projects in what is effectively a lame duck meeting just before new members take office. I ask this council to slow down, explain these items clearly in plain English, take no major votes tonight, and defer any such action until the incoming council is seated and the public has had a real opportunity to understand what is being proposed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, you asked me to address, there's been some questions in the public, and I think among council, about the notice given currently when it was posted. At the top of this agenda, you'll see it states the meeting time, April 14th, 2026, 6 p.m. and the address, so forth. Then below, you'll notice in the narrative, there's a reference to 5 p.m. So I was asked to take a look at this from a legal point of view, and I want to tell you emphatically that my legal opinion is that notice is proper under the Open Meetings Act with this notice. Yes, there's a point of potential confusion, but first and foremost, the notice at the top of the page is correct. 6 p.m. is the meeting time. The only point of potential confusion is the narrative that states 5 p.m. Under the law, the public's entitled to notice of the date, time, hour, and location sufficient to understand when and where the meeting will occur. In this case, the only point of potential confusion was the reference to 5 p.m. Any such confusion must also, under the law, be to be actionable, must cause prejudice to the public. So in this case, we have only the potential of an hour earlier point of confusion. To cure that, number one, the city secretary last weekend posted through official channels confirmation that the meeting time was at 6 tonight. In addition, the city secretary was present in this room at 5 p.m. today, and it, according to her report to me, in fact, did receive some folks that made a point to come at 5 p.m. They were informed of the 6 p.m. meeting, thus no prejudice other than the potential inconvenience of 59 minutes notice was had. In my legal opinion, 4 years doing this, I don't think any district judge here is going to overturn this meeting and find that the actions you take tonight are void or voidable. And under the law, they are only potentially voidable if someone decides to bring a cause of action and make a case or try to make a case that this was sufficiently confusing to the public. You'll have to make your own judgment about that. My legal advice to you is to proceed. Thank you.
With that, we will open the public hearing for the approval of allowing 0 block line on property located at 115 Blanco Avenue. And more. It was even, it was highlighted. Yeah,
I can address the council and mayor tonight regarding this one story that went to my president. The owners have stated they need a zero lot line extra space to build non-permanent covered structures for boats, RVs, and other large vehicle parking, and include pictures of the proposed structure. The DC code, does not allow this type of facility in a commercial zone surrounded by other commercial, government, and residential properties. Staff addresses this, the neighbors on the west, east, and north, and leaves out the neighbors on the south. Directly across the street are residential properties. The facility permitted in 1999 has a self-storage unit facility on the commercial lot, C1. It later on turned into an open storage facility for storage, but it operated in non-compliance. It operated as a salvage yard for a few years, which had only been an investment. During that time, the front homeowners were added, and all types of vehicles were stored in non-compliance with SECA. Open storage is not allowed in commercial zone and definitely not allowed adjacent to residential properties. The request for zero lot line property has several issues. The PNC people decide that they pay $6 million each for non-compliant issues. These are the items that
and
Yes, ma'am.
so.
Thank you very much, Mayor, Council, City Administration report. I'm gonna do a little bit different than normal. I want to talk a little bit about the city process, and how we come up with a project, how you see it, how many times it, and what that actually looks like. So many needs of the city, needs identified, a staff or council member starts working on the specific project. Staff may discuss these individuals with members of the community or their city engineer, whatever the project that tends to be, or with council members on specific merit. Of course, staff can do that more than council because of the open meeting. So staff can actually talk to different people about different things. After that has been put together and there's enough information to go to council, it's put on the council agenda. The mayor, the city administrator, or members of council can request an agenda item. So I'm gonna say this again. The mayor can put something on there and nobody can take that off. The city administrator can, but the mayor can take it off. And two members of council can request an agenda item. That can't be removed by anyone. So that is the process. The project is then discussed, approved, denied, or tabled. And then the city administrator only has authority to approve a project that's $5,000 or less if it wasn't treated in budget. So for example, tonight, you're going to hear of a project that if the limit was higher, it wouldn't have to come to you, but because it's over 5,000, it will come. So that is, and then most items are budgeted. So a lot of things you see twice or three times. So for example, tonight's $3 million the $3 million bond that you're approving, you've actually seen 3 times. This will be the 3rd time. The first time you put it on the agenda for the council then to decide that it could go to the voters. The voters voted on it. Then you approve the 10 projects as a form of the first tranche. And now you're seeing tonight to approve the actual bond rate. You see things sometimes a couple times because they were budgeted, and then you see them again. And so you see another project tonight. There's several different things that you've already seen before. So not everything you see twice, but a lot of things you see twice. That is the form of we're actually taking our time to make sure that each project is looked at as it should. So I want to talk a little bit about what staff can do and the council can do to make sure that we do actually have more things on our website there so that people can see it. And part of the issue's always been, if you put something on there and you don't update it, there's that issue too. But what we're committed to do is list two types of projects, put it under the council page, and I will explain them now. Projects from bonds, general fund or enterprise, and projects from grants. So specifically, the largest four issues right now is the North Side Sewer, which started on April 13th. They started already. The 3 water lines from Cielo, which is a Palomino and 9th Street. And there's a portion of that's from the grant, which is $512,000. We will eventually get back to the rock wall. And then the water plant, and we're going to explain those a little bit more in detail in the next slides, but the water plant and where we're at with that. There are 4 large grants that we're dealing with right now. One of them you probably haven't heard about yet. One is a comp plan update. It's $300,000 with no match. That will also include the UBC, but we'll talk about that a little bit more later. An alternative transportation grant, which is a $200,000, $40,000 match. I'm going to talk about the amount versus in the match. 200,000 is the full amount, so it's basically 160 and 40, which is 200. The $90,000 governor's grant that was given to KBB. Red has been involved in that. We're working on that now to make sure we get that. We're working with Deborah Sappel, but that is a no match grant. And then we just received a $300,000 generator grant from FEMA, TDM of FEMA, and there is a $30,000 match. So it's 270 and 30. So let's talk about the water plant. Not much has changed on that. Inframark's been working very hard and trying to get that done. It is actually operational, but it's not in operating. What I mean is that Danny and his staff have been really working to try to get the approval from TCQ to make sure that it can do a 50-50 split, 50%. River water, 50%. Canyon Lake. We need to make sure that we have enough water for the citizens, and I think this is a good way to do that. We could operate it now, but again, we're going to still need Canyon Lake water, in my opinion, probably forever. So all the information has been submitted to TCQ. Danny's still waiting for he's done some testing, but he has some approvals that he's waiting for before we can do some further testing. Let me talk about that a little more. I want to steal his thunder. So we're probably looking more at May 1st starting date. Well, that's my hope, but we'll see what TCQ thinks of. Sewer line update. If you've seen some stuff out there, it was awarded to AO Services. They started construction on April 13th. I did actually just talk to the neighbor market today. They're going to probably submit a plat in the next couple of weeks. The completion date is going to be the end of May. When I say the end of May, I mean the actual project will be completed. I don't know for sure if the sewer line will have been approved and tested and all those sort of things, but the actual work will be done by
This year.
this year. Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So, and if they don't do that quickly, they're going to lose money. So they once they get started, they don't take 6, 7. So the 224 PIF, this is the 3 water lines. I don't consider this bond work. I mean, it's actually from our CO from 2024. $512,000 of that is actual grant money, but the rest of it was what we actually took in from CO, from certificate of obligation. All submittals have been made that start the design. We're waiting on the approvals from the TCQ and the Texas Water Development Board. Council will need to appoint a new engineer at this work. We'll do that in May. We're working some things out, and we'll have that complete project to you, hopefully with the approval to get moving on the design and actually get this started. Blanco comp plan. We had a meeting last night, and that was really Councilmember McClung and then Elizabeth Farso with her EDF group did a 2-hour visioning, talk about the visioning, what we want for the community, and that's really based on the whole community was invited. There were probably about 23 people there. That was really good. The overall adoption plan probably happened in either November or December, but you'll start getting more information in July and August, and we'll have another meeting there. I think Councilmember Klein's agreed to stay on, to kind of see this through, with our consultants, and so we'll be looking forward to doing that, and every month we'll update you on that. The target is a March 27th completion, March of 27, so you're talking about a year from now, but it should be fully complete. And I'm hoping at the same time we also have a new UDC. So what is better known as the Wheels of Feet grant, we're getting moving on that. There are some things on both text grants that I'm going to have to bring to you. And one of that is I'm hoping a funding agreement. So expect to see that in May. One of the issues that happens is the work never gets done. So the council can't take a break because this council did something and then the next council can take over. And as you know, in May, it's going to be sort of a light agenda because we'll have to have this new shot. But you'll probably see those in May, the funding agreements from text slots. We're working on that. And at some point, then there'll be an RFQ for planning services. So the council will have to approve an RFQ. That may happen probably in June. That's what I'm and then the one other thing I did want to mention before I get to this next thing, we have with a new grant that came in that we just got from FEMA. We are working on where that's going to be, but specifically, all of our equipment are all going to have backup generators. So not part of it, but I know the police station's going to have a generator. We're going to have a generator at both lift stations. We're going to have it at basically all of our facilities. And that's actually a really good thing. Do you want to mention, so we haven't done, I don't think we did one last month. So Jasmine Salazar is a corporal with our police department. And if you may have seen 3 weeks ago, I think it was in the newspaper, I think it was about 3 or 4 weeks ago. She was recognized as a police officer of the year for the city of Blanco by the Hill Country 100 Club. So she this month's employee of the month, and she can either have a full day off or she can get a $100 gift card. We'll get with her the next day or two. But very, very great to see a police officer be recognized by the 100 Club. And last but not least, one of the things we've heard is this is a constant issue. Always answer our phone. We have a new phone system, so hopefully we'll really, we're going to try to have someone that's always answering phones. The issue, and it's not an excuse, but the issue you always have is the one person that answers phone is usually helping people. So we're going to have a system now to where it can roll over and we can actually touch the phone. I'm not saying we'll always answer the phone. We try to, we're going to always try to have someone be able to answer the phone, even if it's not. So it doesn't look like that. It's actually really great. Very happy to present this information to you, and that is it, unless you have questions for me.
Don't worry.
Yeah. Okay, so I do want to explain the next presentation. Steve Perry and I spoke. Well, first of all, there are products that staff doesn't understand as much as other people do. One of the things we're looking at is a financing tool. It's basically an incentive package, and you look at TERS, which is tax increment refinancing zone, or we can look at but there's different types of things. It's not just a TERS. He's going to explain a little bit about it, but I did want to mention one thing. So Steve has been, I think, with us 4 or 5 years as our financial consultant, but D.A. Davidson, the company he works for, has been with us for a long time, probably 10, 15 years. And then also, I think consulting is Bart Fowler, who's our bond counsel. So together they put together this, and this has nothing to do with what's later tonight, which is you consider a TERS engagement. So this is the education. The engagement is a possible engagement that the council does or doesn't have to accept. So this is actually education. So Steve.
Mayor, council members,
I'm Steve Perry with PA Davidson, and Warren is right. My firm's been out here in the past. Sorts of projects. And like Warren said, we're not here to advocate for against development projects. Those are for your decision. But we wanted to give you some information on public improvement districts and tax reinvestment zones. These are very common development tools. You see these throughout the state of Texas. They're very common in broken metropolitan areas. A number of these have been implemented in this area. So going towards you'll see a lot of the residential developments, some of the small mixed-use developments are PIDs and curves. In fact, in the city here, I worked with my partner who retired. The city was approached by a developer who wanted to combine the two, wanted a PID with an overlay terms. And ultimately, the city determined that in the end didn't leave a whole lot of the city because the primary difference between the two, public improvement district, it creates improvements, it enhances an area, pays for assessments, and it captures the property taxes on growing values. So when you combine those two, you have a purchase and assessment, but any of the growth that's going on within the TERS stays within that zone. There's not a whole lot left over. So the decision was not to go forward with that project. So I'll give you just an overview of these. We've got some of the detailed steps as to formation, those sorts of things, but I really just wanted to give you an idea of what PIDs are. PIDs, we've actually had some I've represented the county here approach the county. The tool is available for counties and cities. And the purpose is to provide benefits to the property owners within the PID that wouldn't be possible without the payment of assessment. So the folks that live within that PID are paying both an assessment and a property tax. So their total burden, the assessment of property tax is higher than it would be in other areas outside the PID. So those folks have to make sure that it's worth it to them. They're going to be paying now a property tax and an assessment.
It is public improvement district.
Public improvement.
Is it a developer went in and put in the infrastructure or?
Yeah, it's a developer that has an idea for a development for a district, and then they, through property owners within the district, approach the city and say, we would like you to consider the formation of a public improvement district. Because the public improvement district is a component unit of the city. It is not a separate entity. It's administered by a third-party administrator, but it is part of the city. So the way typically these work is a developer sees, that they take down a piece of land, they say, I'd like to have a certain sort of development in this area with certain amenities, and the way that we believe we can make that happen most efficiently is by establishing a public improvement district. And what they're doing is putting in place, if you go to the next page, you'll see that the sorts of things that they're allowed to develop within it's a very wide variety of things. So they'll say, we want to have all of these different halls. In addition to just traditional public works, they like to have all these things. And when they run the numbers, they say, the point for us to do that is to finance it. We're going to access the bond market via a debt financing cost. It's costing money to make those happen. And then the way it's going to be repaid is by the assessments that are paid with that district.
Property owners in that district.
Yes, sir.
Especially the new development would have that added onto the price of the purchase.
Yes, sir. And they see that on the property tax. So they have property tax, which is the most senior lien on their obligations. The assessment falls right over that. And they have to take into account one of the things that we helped all of our cities that work with you is is that total burden too much? And there are market consensus on how much is too much for property. But these are very common, like I said, especially back toward in their upper. This we see the financings occurring. It's not access. Based. On the next page, any more questions there? I'm just going to kind of hit the highlights, but please stop me. Bid policies. The city has actually developed a bid policy. You can take it back up and review it. But when the bid came to us a while back, we decided to bid policies. City of Blanco, they have at least it's going to take to successfully get a bid for the city. So it's really just a starting point. Obviously, you've got the ability to decide if any of this. But just an idea of some of the things that you would have to see is establishing which consultants so monitoring start power, making sure that we don't have to see a rotation line. Nothing in this. The next stage, the creation of the bid, it would happen by a petition from landowners. They come to you and they say, look, they run numbers. They said, here's what this is development, and then they have the landowner, council. And like I said, it's not a separate entity. It's part of the city. There are functions that the city can involve in on a year-to-year basis. Different plans that you have to look at, establishing and enforcing payment assessments, those sorts of things. So it is very complicated. Well, like I said, the assessment, the city approves the levy. That's something that happens each year. The assessment has a component that's used for improvements, but it's also used to pay for the. So while there is some burden on the city, and to some extent, but it is definitely part of the city. This is your primary governing document, the service and assessment plan. This is something that the city would approve. 5-year document that's reviewed each year, and it apportions out the assessments being paid. Some methodology, those that are receiving the most benefit receive higher proportion of the assessment. Again, like I said, there are bid administrators throughout the state of Texas. There's a rival funds kind of bids are definitely less expensive in terms of administrative costs being paid. It's presenting model for development. And like I said, the city definitely has a role. If there is non-payment of assessment, the city's involved in initiating and there is the ability to issue bonds for bids for bid development. These can happen in fairly early stages of bids. We've got a city that's back toward the Austin area. This bid really is value in the district, but there's a fairly low level that's allowed. So just I guess the high level. So with $10 million of actual assessed value, you can still And like I said, a lot of the same obligations that we talked about, commission bonds, these are things that the city has to do. Indenture, which is the governing document for the bond financing. And then next, tax increment reinvestment zones. You may have heard these also referred to as a TIF or tax increment financing. Again, this is financing. What you're doing here is you're capturing incremental growth. So if whenever a into place, a partial land or the tract of land that's within this occurs is worth $10 million. $100 million. The between 10 million and 100 billion, the taxes on that equal value capture and focus within that zone. So any growth that occurs within the terms is not benefiting the city as an entirety. It's going back into that zone. Period of time. Yes, sir, that's right. So typically 20 years after that period of time, the entire growth comes back. And these taxes are used to encourage development in areas otherwise wouldn't be developed. Blighted areas is what the concept was without a purpose. Development would not happen in this location. So that's why it's encouraged to put it. We can move to the next page. Exactly what we were talking about here just a minute ago. The base assessed value of the tax goes to the city, but these things that all increase in terms stay within the terms, and then whatever the terms is, that's all of the value.
As I understand it, it's somewhat flexible on the length of the terms. It could be
Correct.
8 years, 10 years, 12.
That's right. It does not have to be necessarily 20. But a lot of, sometimes there's financing contemplated along with the terms, so they're asking for a period of time. Because that finance doesn't necessarily occur at the outset. It may have 5 years in, and then you will.
Question on that, and I've got a couple of different answers. For example, I know Marble Falls put a TERS over almost all of their historic district, as well as several blocks of blighted area to the west, and it goes in all the south. It's a pretty large area, larger than I thought you could do that. As I understand it, speaking to one of the Marble Falls administrators a week or two ago, so individual property owners or landowners that have some undeveloped land, they can benefit. They have a blighted house that's falling down or needs a roof. They can use the TERS to help borrow money against that for a portion of that increment. Not all that increment has to go to the city, some of it the property. And I guess part two of that, I would like you to comment on is, unlike the PID, which in my opinion seems to be more development based, a TERS is sometimes chosen by the city if they have a blighted area that way they want to see decrepit houses restored, that sort of thing.
Sure. If you don't do that, partners on council the city. But I think you're exactly right. I think they serve two different functions in a lot of cases. Sometimes they do this to the student and on church that overlap, so you know, trying. But the church is something the city could create on its own to help improve it. And wide means longer than things. So raw land could be sort of wide and development on it, in the house. So the planner could use it for their own benefit as a city to create that church, or you could create it on the historic district, like small homes. I want to say to do that type of thing to improve the downtown areas or other areas that we can able to help. So to capture those funds that it might be in that same area, property behind that, understand what type of increase it along with great value. If they get the improve us back into that area, it's all
basically freezes the current tax burden improvements to be paid for by the incremental increase over time.
Yes, but the machine run doesn't take out the general fund of the city, so there is an offset. A little bit of stuff there because so if you went to your general fund, you can do anything you want, that money that's captured, it does go back into that zone that's created that area.
Just for that, like Eric?
For the tours, yes, but when you create a tourist it's for that area that is designated that's from.
Surprised to see how large the percentage of Marble Falls Central District and all the way below the river was in. Those have to be broken up in separate areas.
Now,
Like a third of the town.
Well, I think it depends on the type of, what's within, what the mix of development within the area is, as far as the technologies you're thinking about. Yeah. So student residential in various areas are in a certain size. So, we usually think designated area, one consider designated area, really what they make sure it does fit. And that could be why it's very that large, that have, let's look at that again specific.
Yeah, thank you.
Slide. Yeah, I think we talked about the criteria for tourist creation. You know, the concept was just served as a blight area, but blight has a broad definition. There's an area of next slide. Authorized improvements, if you look at these, they're actually very similar to the sorts of things that you can improve the quality of the development. General timeline. So initially, the city would prepare a preliminary reinvestment zone financing plan, and then there's a public hearing to determine about the creation of the TERS, and after that, the TERS can be created. And then after that, prepare a final project. The final financing plan is, you can see the sort of things that are recommended and should be included in the plan. Feasibility study, making sure that to occur. There are instances of time where we choose to do now. So happens 5 years down the road, you started off with $10 million. Session now it's 5. There's no strict money then to help pay for make sure that success is likely.
And who would have consultants that would help the city determine if those are realistic expectations or not?
TERS consultant, somebody in those sorts of things, if you are ultimately to enhance, the market can look at those and determine why success. I believe that's all. Any other questions?
Steve, I do have a question on the TERS. You can also look at the percentage. So it doesn't have to be 100% the first year, it can be 90. It could be whatever the TERS consultant and the council think would support whatever projects you're specifically looking to develop. Right. That's right.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Just a I just have a question is what happens when and if there's a property that wants to be in this third, it's ag, assessed as ag, and also have an ag account. and that value is assessed as ag, and then all of a sudden it turns over, it would be an increase, I would imagine, in the assessment. And how does that play into the creation of church? Since under the blighted and it's taxed, the chief. What, and how does that play in turning that?
And just, thinking through, the property to go from tenant to, market value, it's not necessarily, I don't think, an effect due to TERS, but, now the value is coming from some limited amount to full value. Well, whatever the tax rate of the city is, that's going to apply to that.
It probably has to do with the change of use also.
That's right.
Because you have an ag property that's going into residential or going into commercial.
Stop farming or, maybe 800, whatever your ag use was. Well, now all of a sudden that's been taxed at its full value as opposed to.
Plus the rollback.
So.
Plus the rollback.
Well, it goes back to its full value. So then it's taxed at just whatever the prevailing rate of the city and other taxes.
If it happened to be in a TERS and it's not, it remains ag, then it wouldn't go back to the full value.
If it remains that.
So it's really up to the property owner. If they're in a TERS area and they don't want to develop, remain. Those decisions on itself.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. That's why we need more of those.
Unless you want to develop some time in the future, then you got funding that if a portion of the TERS can go towards it as a loan vehicle for the property owner, then it helps the development. There's a portion of it. Some could go to the city, some could go to the property owners.
That we go into that.
Thank
Financial good.
Staff, quick overview of where we're at financially.
Thank you for
For 6 months, we are doing, we're at 50% of where we should be. General fund, 50%, administration, 50%. Police, a little bit lower, 45%. Court expenditures are about 56%. We're right off. Explaining the secretary is getting trained, is getting certified. So we've got to pay for those education expenses, and that includes a lot of things, travel and things like that. Non-departmental, the 67%, that's receiving. Because that includes all our insurance that we've already paid for the year. So we should not see that reach anywhere close to 100 because our insurance premiums for the year were a little bit lower. So we should not be any concern there. Enterprise is at 50%, INS 50%, hotel motel is at 43%, but there's, with the creation of the Hot Funds Committee, we're going to probably be looking at extending more of that money as we go on here soon. Just a quick little tidbit of information that's really important that I think needs to be highlighted is the fact that in every fund that we have, general fund, enterprise, INS, court, hotel motel, we are revenue over expenses. And to put it in simple terms is that we're making more money than what we're expending. And that is a good thing. A lot of cities are not predictable. So, and we're
Let's be clear, though, we're not rolling it.
no, we're not.
But if he is important, positive, again, a lot of cities are not. A lot of cities are struggling. So, we try to do it. So, it's not our city, we're trying to do it. Why agree? If you have any questions, of course, I always tell you, you know where I've been, come visit me and we can talk finances.
Just a quick question.
Yes.
Anything in the near future unexpected that is on the horizon?
And we look at that a lot. We look at why not that a lot. Still, we're seeing.
Well, I want to actually say we are going to see two items tonight that were not budgeted. One is a $28,000 pipe that's going to come out of enterprise fund, and the other is looking at a utility rate study, so that's another 12,000. So overall, no, but tonight there's going to be two expenses. One that's kind of unforeseeable, but sort of.
But I think we had the funds to. But yeah, if you have any questions, one witness was this.
Except on bowling.
Except on bowling. Yeah, it's Monday night.
Good to know.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
It
It goes on a contract, but I'll take a call back to the low budget. This month, we were down roughly 70% on cost of service, which shows, stable conditions and proactive testing are impacting our crime rate, which is good. However, we also saw an increase in overall enforcement actions, such as traffic stops, citations, warnings. Because we were focused on our previous investigations. We've been working to clear out computer systems. So arrests have gone up, 100 cases. We did also see an increase in traffic motor vehicle collisions, which concerns us. So, Warren and I plan on having a discussion. A lot of these accidents are just at the city limits or just outside the city limits. We had a major one this morning outside the city. Looking at reduction in speed. But we're seeing focus on post patrols and community engagement. We engaged in Tuesday, Franklin Family Ranch Easter celebration. And we're really focusing on professional development because the state is involved in very police officers. Most of these are coming from the strong, which requires training. So you'll probably see an increase in budget for training. And now the better, we were denied a grant from SOCRA. We didn't get the vital equipment that we really needed from them. So I'll try again next year. During the new grant cycle. Sorry, that was the report. I just got that report today.
How much was that grant that you applied for?
24,500, right under 20.
What was the equipment that you were trying to achieve?
The side by side that would be equipped with swift water rescue gear, AED machine, which is defibrillator, medical, full-blown medical kits, backboard, couple of wetsuits, some helmets, stuff for search and rescue.
Did they give a reason as to why it was denied?
No, man, they just It was a very generic letter saying, sorry.
You weren't selected.
That's right. The constable did get his grant, I believe. Regular in the checking. How have you questions?
Congratulate, Officer Salazar.
I will start you in the meeting to get a
Okay, this is all nice.
on behalf of the.
There's a maybe at that.
Before I get started, I would like to
Prepared
introduce,
something
Vice
different or
President of
adding
Operations, Rental Mark.
You know what I mean?
Brian.
Councilman, first of all, happy to be here. I recently took over as the vice president for the regional operations, it's all in Texas, so I'm the link to the corporate side for Danny and for Larry and the rest of the staff, so I make sure that they get any resources that they need. Just a little quick background on myself. I've been in this business almost 35 years. I know it doesn't show at all, so. Been as an operator, I've worked both as a water operator and a wastewater operator. Decided I was tired of digging ditches and digging in the holes. Studied up in Michigan and Wisconsin, you can understand the winters. Below zero, fixing main breaks and below zero was not fun. So it pushed me to go back and get an education and move up and move on. So very, very happy to be here. I've been on the private side for probably a little more than half my career. The first half of my career was on the public side, so I do know what it takes on the public side. Like I said, I started as an operator. I ended as an assistant public works director in the city of Nebraska before I decided I wanted. They told me I had a salary freeze. I had 2 little kids, and I was pretty young. And said, salary freeze, I need to move on. So that's when I decided to try the private side, and I've been in it ever since across multiple different states. But I'm very excited. I'll keep it real short. We're excited. In a few weeks, you're going to hear, I started bringing it up since you might hear it in the press, we're merging together with a company called Azuria. So it's just gonna give us more resources to help our clients and cities. Azuria is a leading company in the US that rehabs water distribution and collection system pipes and stations. So with them merging with us, there's nobody in the industry that is an O&M contractor that can provide we can provide a client. So I'm excited to come back and talk to you later on once we get the merge done and what that means and how we can help. We have pipes now in our trucks that we have in the city. So I think it's going to be a big benefit to all of the clients, and we're very excited. Going to double our resources, like I said. Just so you know what you have at backing you here in the city. We have over 1,000 employees in Texas that if Danny called and said, hey, I need some help, I can have them mobilized in here short. So that's something you have with us. I know it's a small staff here, but if he needs anything, I'll make sure he gets it. We're here to support you. So I'll turn it back over to you.
Quick question. Are they merging with you or are you merging with them?
We're merging together with them.
Okay.
I don't know like what the whole.
So the company remain Infomark?
We don't know.
That was my question.
We're owned by the same Capital Corp company. New Mountain Capital owns both of us.
Okay.
So yes, that's the same question. I don't.
Okay.
You'll go on back in time.
Thanks.
And you're good.
Y'all were presented the client report. Going to ask if there are any questions. I didn't. We gave them one.
We don't have.
Oh, okay.
No.
Then I can quickly go over it.
That'd be great.
Touching highlights, there was no operational issues or concerns. We remain not discharging into the river, which is good. We were able to store the effluent in the ponds and then irrigate from there. We still have 2 ponds that are empty, capable of storing. Our water loss, is holding at 15%. Through leaks and everything is accounted for. So we're still in the green there in the top. We fix many leaks, every day. We're constantly repairing leaks. And it seems like, FM 165 is giving us, pretty bad many right now, but we're trying to get that taken care of and see that there's going to be, any more problems that are going to be giving us. My suggestion of future to do some line replacement. We'll keep track of that.
Are you anticipating any more water outages in the Pittsburgh neighborhood?
Pittsburgh, no, that was caused by also the 165.
Yeah.
So we don't anticipate, there's got to be some, but I couldn't take it away. It seems like that with the ground shifting, the change in temperature is causing the ground shift. Tracking the pipe, so we will do our best to notify them when we're gonna have no.
I don't expect it necessarily, but are you staying through the whole meeting?
Yeah.
Are you staying through the whole meeting, Dean? No pressure.
If you did, go.
Well, let me just ask you real quick, on the, later on, we're gonna be talking about a sewer line that needs to be replaced and approving some money for that line. Can you just explain to me why that can't be done in-house and why we have to pay for that outside of, why our normal crew can't handle something like that? Because I just don't understand, so if you could explain to me.
I don't have the staff to be able to do that, and keep the customers in service. The contractor has we set it out for a couple of bids, and the both of them, we're going to be able to complete the work and be done within a couple of days. If I try to do it in-house, it'd be talking a couple of weeks.
So it would be a detriment to the citizens.
Correct.
Okay, service would be degraded. It's that big of a project.
It is, it's 190 feet.
190 foot. So, Councilmember, we're gonna move that item 7, number 3, and he'll stay at least through number 3 so that he's here. So if I say something dumb, he'll help me with it.
We had an unfortunate incident where shortly after the Founders Day function, that Sunday night, and driver removed from the restroom, and we had to get those replaced. We had brand new ones in there. Tomorrow morning, we are going to manufacture a brace that will at least return the better can.
Yeah.
My grandmother's always said a lot is when you really want to, they're going to get it. But at least we're going to manufacture. This year trash off, my first year. I was very pleased with the outcome, the cooperation of the citizens. Thank you, KDB. I'm not going to explain enough of it, for coordinating this and just bring rather smooth. Very impressive how things ran and having the staff that had already previously been through it and the beginning part of it. I hear this from nightmares. I think this was a very good. We've got a lot to clean up, and we'll get that. How many dumpsters did we fill this year? We have 14 up to now. Yeah, a lot as well. So
I drove by the recycling on Sunday and was just astounded at how much was there. I was there when you opened at 9 or so. That's one of my own trailers, and then by Sunday morning it was a mountain.
And most of that came on Saturday, which was beautiful. Probably those up on Friday.
Yeah, from Saturday morning to Sunday morning was an astounding change.
When I got there at 7:30 on Saturday, That's it, yeah, but it was refreshed. Now to the part that we've been waiting on for a little bit is, let me say this, I can only move as fast as I quickly. And again, no engine brake signs, TxDOT is holding me up on this. I have finally met with them and we have determined where the signs are gonna go. This week we should be drilling holes to get the brakes put in. And they did not approve one of the braces to actually hold the sign. So we're trying to get that one returned and then purchase the property that they will approve those. That's on the digital sign. Now I still only have one of the digital signs. I'm waiting on the other one. But no engine brake, we will get those.
So they approved those, right?
Those rates, those signs. This week we should be drilling those holes and get that ready to mount. And last but not least is the surface water plant. Bad news, again, the state is holding me up. When we did do testing on it, I did as I was told, just report to the state, let them know we're going to be testing. And then of course they came back, well, you need a permit to test, you need how much you did this. Okay. Okay. But I had already done a couple of days of testing. We got that. So the good news is I have seen the whole plant fully function. So everything runs. We did have a couple of little hiccups, valves that were sticking, not closing or not opening completely, pumps that hadn't been utilized in many years. A couple of them were locked up, but we were able to get those working. But I have seen everything. So, that's all I have at the moment.
So we have a ETA of Byars.
I'm waiting on.
Waiting on state.
I can clarify two things. Just back to your question. We will be under the leadership of this area, just don't know if we'll change the name. They have many companies that merged in previous years that maybe because of the branding, just not sure yet. And then in the future, collection system, like we should be able to do anything with that type of work for the future. We'll come back and talk about that. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Okay, and the consent agenda. It was taken out April 2nd. The state is still being approved. And so the only ones we have to approve are the March 17th. I think y'all read those, and if there's any issues with March 17th minute, those are the ones that are up for approval.
I didn't see any corrections be made, but I would like it included that I was absent. My name wasn't included there, but it's a note that I wasn't at the meeting.
Again, correct. And then new business item number 3. Consideration, discussion, and take possible action on the cancellation of the city administration of May 2nd special election. It goes on to say, it doesn't mention the action, but it just says Tim gave a summary of the item and introduced the elections administrator. I recall actually making a motion, made a motion to cancel that election. That was seconded, and in the motion it was qualified that as long as it remains on November 2nd. And that didn't make it onto the minutes. So, he recalls that motion.
I'll just put it, I'll amend it, and I'll send it back out.
Yeah, I think it was pretty, I've been sensing some undertow that this was an issue that there was some resistance to take it to the citizens. I'm likely wrong with that. I have to make sure that part of that motion was to cancel this with the understanding that it will be held in that November. November 2.
I remember that. Was that
That's new business item number 3. It doesn't mention the motion or the second, or call who seconded it. I think it may have.
Seventeenth meeting or
It's a set of item number 3 on the 17th.
well, then we can just, yeah, we'll do those. We won't be consenting agenda to anything tonight, and we will take it, to the next meeting. Right?
Right.
Yeah, and then old business, we want to take, we have.
We'll have some action for you tonight, but I need to talk with you briefly.
Those are exactly something now for that. So now we're just going into new business. Number 1 is consideration, discussion, and take possible action on approval of allowing a 0 lot line on property located at 115 Blanco Avenue. And that is the storage building. That's what that's gonna be.
Mayor, members of council, this was a request for a zero lot line, or building line requirement at the back so they can use open-ended storage product. That was tabled by P&Z specifically because of comment from fire marshal or not fire marshal that wanted a 5-foot. So we're in the process of working through that process. This will come back to P&Z in May, and they'll come back to you. So it's
And so number 2 is consideration, discussion, take possible action on the extension of the special use permit for Paradise Heights, 618 license.
Good question on that story. Special use permits such as this one, is it standard that we have to pre-approve it every time the property is a special use permit? Travels with the property, no.
It generally does not, and when we look at this, I mean, oh, we're talking about special use. Yes, right. Okay, so let me go ahead and let me get back to that. Back in late 2022, this is an R5 zone. The council at the time gave a special use permit to allow for an apartment, and since sometime in 2023 till now, it's been in operation at varying levels of residents there. I believe it's pretty much full at this point. And the idea was that the special use permit goes with the life of the ownership. However, in this particular case, since it is full, I didn't expect it to not extend this. So the thought was, when we looked at the rules, that we just do an extension. Both the current owner, Amy Arnold, and the new owner, John Woolsey, I was speaking to, are signed this extension. And I think this is just a pretty easy, just extend it for him. And then if there's any other ownership changes, this will probably come back to you. But his plan is to operate this as it has been operated the last 3 years.
So you see no issues in extending the permit.
I do not, because I would see there be an issue not extending because there are residents currently, so it's almost full. The only thing we're going to do afterwards is, if Mr. Woolsey owns the project, we're going to have the fire marshal come out there again, just make sure that certain things are done. And it's a routine to make sure that the residents are looked after, other than having the fire marshal and then just minor inspections.
Should we wait?
No. Send it down so that you can purchase the property and then it's just contingent
Oh,
on.
this would hold up the sale of the property.
I believe so. I think we should extend it so that Mr. Woolsey can purchase the property and then we'll just make sure that the residents are taken care of by these schools.
I'll move to approve the extension of the special use permit in Paradise Heights. Business item. I will second.
Is there any discussion or any questions? What's the favor? That's unanimous. So now we are moving number 7 up. Okay, 7 is consideration discussion and possible action on approving the replacement of sewer line near Green Lawn and 13th Street.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor, Council. This is a situation that's been kind of many years in the working, and the reason why I brought this to you tonight is that we actually had a complaint from a resident about a sewer line that's been backed up that went into her property, went through her pipes. But this is not, I didn't include that complaint in this packet because this is not about that resident. Or the resident 3 years ago that also had that on the other side, he also had the same thing happen. This has been something that we've been doing quick fixes for since at least 10 to 12 years. And so while it's unfortunate that we have to replace the pipe, there's cracks, fissures in there that have made that so that they're backup on the way. So I know if you want to know that they actually do have a backflow. Both property owners have backflow prevention, but somehow it goes through the pipes anyway. I don't understand that. Should we explain it better? But the other issue was, I do want you to know, as far as taxpayer money, when I first got this, Danny and I talked about it. I think we got a couple of quotes. The first quote was close to $50,000. I had assured that property owner that I wanted to bring this to you, but that we wanted to make sure it was under 30. So we got this as inexpensive as we could, but this will still take care of the situation. But it's not budgeted, which is why it's in front of you. It will come out of the enterprise fund. And there was a question from, I think, both Danny and probably from CMAC, is could we put this on our capital improvement? Well, we can't. It's this. I don't think we can wait another year or two to get this fixed. So that is why it's not there. 28,000, 28,785. That's where the line comes in. 190 feet. It's probably only really affecting 3 or 4 property owners, but it is a necessity. Unfortunately, it is what it is. Any questions of staff or Dan?
We're positive it won't be over 30,000,
Yes, sir.
so we can put that in our motion.
Yes, and I think I even put here, except the quote not to exceed $29,000 from R&D Ventures.
All right, so this is the sewer line, obviously, between Green Lawn and Oak Ridge. Yeah. And it's starting up beyond 13th Street. How far down towards 7th Street is that taking that? Because it's my understanding just from the past that same sewer line comes on down the line towards 7th Street, and at the manhole at 7th Street and Green Lawn there, they have some backup problems as well, and through time it has. Are you aware?
I'm not aware personally of that issue.
This is only 190 feet.
Only 190.
So it's only 190 from manhole to manhole, basically.
Are you talking about that manhole that's in the middle of the street?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I'm just, I was wondering exactly how much we're replacing, because I know that that line in general, even further on down, is a problem. So I mean, I know that that's the ability to do that. How much future we're gonna need.
And I think that will have to be, CMAC will have to look at, we'll have to do that as part of a capital improvement project, but this is one of those, I don't know if I want to put another resident, it could be different resident, the same resident to have backup.
One of the current issues we're having is with cracking and stuff in the pipe.
That pipe, I believe, has collapsed.
Was it a thin wall, like 26 or something that got used before there? What kind of pipe was the old pipe?
I don't have the answer. Ben said it was white, not yellow.
I know they used to make that really thin stuff and that.
Yeah.
26, and that leads me to my next question, because I noticed that we have, what is it, 26? That they have listed on their schedule 26 SVR. And I was wondering if, because of the crush problems and ground shifting problems we've had, going up to a schedule 40. Yeah, that cost additional funds now, but I almost wondered, thinking of the longevity and long-term fix on that, better off that
My question too is it gonna be better than sand? I didn't see anything.
We had a second quote, sir, and I guess we could bring this back next month with the second quote that I think it's 38,000. I was trying to get this as low as we could, but if we want to.
And I understand it, but whether we go with a thicker pipe or with better sand, sand allows for some shifting when the ground heats and cools.
Yeah.
I mean, whether it's a thicker pipe or sand maybe. In my mind, like Mr. Moses is saying, a couple more thousand now can save us another 30,000 in 5 years.
And I guess that question I'm actually, I posed to the rest of the city council is, in your mind, would you just basically spending a little bit more to get a higher quality product? Or are we comfortable with going out? So it's great what we're capable of and what's allowed.
What was the first complaint about the first resident?
So,
Year.
so my understanding is, from talking to Ben, that the first complaint was 2010. And then I dealt with the complaint about 3 years ago, we did a quick fix, a couple $1,000. So this is problematic. Yeah, I'm gonna be 100% honest. It's a couple of years ago, we had an issue with the other property, I mean, not just related to the one across the alley. And then he had the same issue, we did kind of a quick fix.
It got it going, but that was it. And then now, 5 years later, now we got a second occupant.
Yes, sir.
Or person that has a complaint. So we know there is an issue. So I guess the question is,
If we want to wait another month and try to get a better quote, we can do that.
or more specifics on this one.
I can get specific.
Are the manholes gonna be replaced or are they gonna be lined or what type of manholes are they? The brick?
This is not replacing any manholes, it's just replacing 190 feet of pipe.
But what material is the manholes?
They're concrete.
Okay, so will the cones be replaced at least?
Not
Are they
for
gonna
this-
be lined?
Not for this price here. This is just replacing the 190 feet of pipe.
Those manholes are some of our decent quality manholes that we have. Because I know we have some in town that are requiring replacement.
Correct.
Those are not, two of them.
Not to your
Those are decent shape. With that,
It's kind of true of the newer.
yes, yes.
Yes, sir.
Will we get our new infrastructure? What size pipe are they gonna use for that?
That varies across town. It does. Varies.
So again, I don't want to delay it, obviously, and something needs to get fixed, right? But I don't want to, if there's a better alternative, that's not materially more. Be open to looking at that, right? I don't want to
I'd be willing to set an extension cap on the price, accept a better quality product with the state.
The setting,
Below
the
that,
setting
yeah.
was sand.
Not as tomatoes, tomatoes.
I know Austin, Water uses SDR 26 for all, even in their ETJ. And it's a good material.
It's standard, but I've seen it crush, so.
How much more to add sand?
That's not a prerequisite, Councilmember Byars, that it would.
No,
be
it's not.
Better.
It's good work. I like this saying, it's, why go back with something that it was in 3 to 4 years?
So can we make a motion tonight with,
I would say 40 grand. Say another 10.
That'd be something.
At least it gets it going. And if Mr. Warren does his research properly, max of 40, that's an extra 10 for either more, a schedule picker, spend 45 and or sandbagging and or. But obviously,
Preferably both.
preferably we want, and or we want it cheaper, but at least it's not table for another flood. We can at least get the ball rolling, because we know the wheels of government are slow. And at least it gives them somewhat of a budget to
As long as they don't.
get it going.
As long as they don't give the contractor just a blank.
No,
check.
not a blank check, absolutely not. And that's where I guess my faith is going. This to me is, hey, obviously, but do a little more.
how does that look with the budget going up another?
Another 10.
So, if, let me say it this way. Tonight, you're gonna also look at a utility rate increase. If you approve that utility rate increase of 5%, not including the other stuff, just the 5% inside the city, outside the city, then there's no problem. If you're not gonna do that, then I would delay this to next month. We'll have to figure something out.
Could the additional funds be pulled from general fund
Can't.
to cover it?
We can make it work either way.
I don't know about you, but I assume back
Well, so that we don't achieve any further delays on moving forward with fixing that, I'd like to move that we approve number 7, new business item number 7 conditionally. Condition being that we approve the maximum budget of $40,000 for the administrator to negotiate terms with the contractor and ask for a increase in the schedule with like the fitness of the 5 to a schedule 45. And we would also like to make sure that it is bedded in sand. And if it can be done for the price of $40,000 or less, if it cannot be achieved for that price, then I would say that we approve the project as listed. And to add to that, I would also like to authorize the administrator to cover the additional cost of the possible additional expenses out of the general funds if not available.
So I'll second that.
Is there any more?
Make sure that the Kelly, was that clear enough? Okay.
Okay.
There's a lot of it.
And for discussion, there I all those in favor? Okay, push out the, yeah,
We got sewer line fixed.
yeah,
Sure. Hopefully better than.
that's good. So now we're going to consider and take possible action with respect to an ordinance authorizing issuance of city of Blanco, Texas, general obligation bond series 2026 levying and ad valorem taxes in support of the bonds. Approving Additional statement, maintain six registered for you, other registered offices, supporting the sale of authorizing other than. This means we're gonna sell our bonds and start picking our stuff, right?
That's correct. Well, Steve Perry can explain that a little bit.
Mayor Council, we had a sale this morning of 3,005,000 of general obligation bonds for the city. The sale went very well. Average interest rate through interest cost 4.53%, which, you know, all things considered, given some of the turmoil that's been going on in the markets. We had a good day today. So the process that we went through, an underwriter, our job is to set the price on the bonds, set the interest rate of the bonds, last the investment, increase demand, and hopefully lower interest rates. And we're able to do that. Got almost $7 million worth of orders for the bonds. Some local orders, you know, some from funds across the country. So after the sale was over, we reduced some of the interest rates on the bonds. A lot of that is possible because the city has a strong credit rating. Moody's Investor Service brings the city to A2, and that rating was affirmed with conversations. Moody's, and they decided to affirm the rating. That in result causes bond insurance policy. That comes down. So all in all, we had a strong offering in the market this morning. We will close on this financing on May 5th. So you know, I think everything is in order to make that happen. You might have some information in front of you. It's got, I know one schedule it's really small, and I actually had trouble reading it too. So, there are just a few highlights. I've got a pricing summary here that may not mean a whole lot, but basically what we do is we sell bonds, 3,005,000 to investors, and we ask them to help us pay some of our costs of offering bonds, so that in the end you get roughly, you'll have $3 million. So we sold these more than 100 cents on the dollar, which is all that the first page is telling you. You get $3,127,000 proceeds from selling 3,005,000, and then the next page shows you where all that money goes. So below the uses of funds, you can see we have an underwriter, cost of issuance, which I have written out long, and then the cost of bond insurance premium. There are only two bond insurance companies who do take that bid for the lowest cost. Build America Mutual. And what that does is it causes the bond to be rated delay, which is better for the city to pay through it. And it's a cheap. That's what we do. The next page is the one I apologize. I didn't realize we were going to shrink it down to one page. I forget. But basically, these are your semi-annual payments, and we're talking steps over the next
It's the one that's got the yearly payments, and that's what will go on our budget. We'll provide that on the budget, and that'll give you the yearly payments. We'll have an interest.
the first payment doesn't occur within they give you time to get through your budget cycle, get taxes collected before you get the so you receive the money now, and then the first payment doesn't occur until February 2027. And then the last page has the cost of issuance. You know, myself, Parks Firm, credit rating agency, and then just some miscellaneous costs. And all of these will be paid out of the bonds. Nothing for the city.
And these are, I'll be clear, the bonds that the voters voted to. I mean, that was $16 million. It was the first tranche that out of that 16 million that the voters approved.
Correct. That's correct. So
Make sure everybody knows that.
you know, based on the methodologies that to make sure that unauthorized consumption we're not selling too many, and outpacing a percentage of the assessed value. This was the first tranche, you still have roughly another 30 million. It's a nice delivered process and so the others, it's, situation there.
And what I'm understanding with the CMAC committee, this will start fixing some of the unsexy stuff. That was, it's their term. And I said, I don't care what it is, we're gonna put a bow on it and have a ribbon cutting.
The mayor, you as a council approved the 10 projects, but what you haven't done is they haven't been designed yet. Once they're designed, and then you go out for bid, and you actually vote on the bid.
We can see it again
Yeah, you're gonna see it again.
and again and again.
What is the total payment number for that 3 million after all payments have been paid?
Total with principal and interest. It is, I believe, just under $6 million. So it's a 30-year financing. It's very common to roughly just double the cost of that. Not be-
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
You want to use
Yes, sir.
okay, so, but it's already been done, right?
What's that?
We need to approve this, even though it's already been done.
You had approved the 10 projects, but you actually have to approve the rate and placement of bond.
And approve the order of authorization.
Do I have a motion approving the order? Rising it.
Do they, Mr. Moore? Mr. Bureau? You're the finance guru.
Well, I don't know about that. Yeah. I mean, as voted on, both projects, the first tranche, I mean, it all lines up. Just formality to make sure that it hits May 5th and actually gets sold. So I'll move that we approve. Yeah.
I have a motion, do I have a second? Second, is there any other discussion? All in favor? Thank you. Now, discussion and take possible action to enter into a professional service agreement with Petty and Associates in regards to PERS.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. So you heard the education portion of what TERS is, what a public improvement district is, and that was the one part that we were going to talk about. And Steve Perry explained that information, and then a couple weeks ago, you heard about Project Ignition, but we're also now talking about a economic tool. And so it's hard to kind of separate them. But first of all, I want to mention that before we actually specifically talk about this, the TERS itself is something that if you want to look at, and you've now heard that a TERS takes the money and puts it in that actual zone for things like sidewalks, for things like a sewer line, a water line, those sort of things. And that's the way that you can actually afford to do certain projects. You can sell bonds off of it. Again, I'm not a expert on that. But I want to say the first thing is working with a TERS consultant does not mean that ultimately we're approving any other project other than getting with a TERS consultant. That does not approve Project Ignition. That does not approve anything else. other than just doing an engagement on the church. And I want to make that really clear because I think there's been a little bit of confusion on, we don't know what we don't know yet. So we really have to look at the financing tools to actually know. And then as you work through those tools, then you'll find out whether you actually want to do specific project later on. Because project ignition would take things like annexing property and a development agreement, but we're not even close to that point yet. Right now, we're just looking at, so let's talk a little bit about what this engagement letter looks like. Petty and Associates, this is what they do. I think you saw the information from him. Trent Petty is a leader in putting together TERSs, whether looking at the size of the TERS, what would go in it, and then running basically the numbers. This person, if you engage with them, would actually work for the city and not for the developer. How this works is you do an engagement, you put $25,000 in escrow, and that money that will help pay for them will actually get reimbursed. The city will get reimbursed within whatever the project time is, 18, maybe 12, 18 months. But
If we move forward.
if you move forward, if you don't move forward, there's a risk of losing some of that money, but only the money that's been specifically spent. And so, but the majority of the risk as they're going through those with the developer, because they're financing this and they're also going to take all the risk of the project and everything else. So I'm going to kind of go through this just a little bit. Under the supervision of the city manager, P&M provides specifically directed analysis, consulting services, and hourly as needed basis, but not limited to the following. Review developer proposal regarding land use, capital improvements, entitlements, and construction schedule. Identify sources and uses of fund data, capital stack, and operating performance analysis. His staff will prepare resolutions, ordinances. Basically, they're going to make sure that this deal actually works. Because that's, now, I also want to say that with this engagement, he works for the city, but in the end, the city gets reimbursed. We'll also need the help of Steve Perry and maybe our bond counsel. Of course, Tim will review the documents from a legal standpoint. But I do want to mention a lot of the south side of town. This will help with things such as water connections, as getting that sewer line out there. That's what you want to do. And this basically is a tool that is useful. But there's no risk, but there's little risk to the city. But what I do want to say is that I do think this is a good thing for the city, but administration is not in a hurry. Developer may be in a hurry. Some people may be, but this is something I want you to look at. If it's not something you feel comfortable with now, then you don't have to do it. But I do think that in the future, in the near future, I think the TERS process needs to be seriously considered and eventually done by the city. It doesn't have to be tonight, but I do think this is actually a very good thing for the city, so we can start financing things. Questions to staff?
A general comment, notwithstanding any particular project, the city has been a long distance look at TERS for quite a while. What has kind of turned my thinking on what an important tool this is for the city, even in the current city limits, was the last two I'm part of the leadership group in Hill Country Alliance this year. The last two meetings, there's been significant talk about TERS and how important this is a tool for small cities to protect what kind of growth comes into the city and to improve parts of the city that need improvement without adding ad valorem taxes on the current population, and also allowing those who live in maybe the blighted areas, should the city decide to focus on some of the blighted areas that really need some improvement. It allows, the city can decide when they form a TERS, what portion of that increment increase can be given as basically collateral to lending institutions to help those property owners fix their house if it's falling down, or build a house for their mother-in-law in the backyard, or, several things, variety of things that the city could determine what kind of development do we want to see. And I'll just finish this. I just think it's an important tool. The city of Bandera is very adamant, I think you were at that meeting when they talk about the benefit they got out of working tours there. The last meeting of Hill Country Alliance, it was 30 or 45 minutes of the Marble Falls tours I mentioned earlier. And just the power that brought them to improve parts of the city without burdening the taxpayers for infrastructure, new parks, whatever they decide they want to do in that area. So my hope is that, and I'm leaving the council for now anyway, soon, my hope is there will be some visionaries on the council that will see these tools that other small towns use and not just keep Blanco's head in the sand for another decade or more. So I think it's serious, whether it's this TERS consultant or TERS education, I think the city needs to look at this and says, is this a tool we can use without raising taxes, but still have nice things in Blanco? Instead of just, we can either grow that to our terms under the TERS, or we can become an impoverished donut hole over the next 10 years. And so I'm a strong believer that we need to educate ourselves and use this as a tool where it makes sense for our community.
So I'm going to be as gentle about this as Andy. I think we've got the cart so far in front of the horse I can barely see the poor fellow's ears right now. And let's not be confused. We're talking about this related to a specific project. And let's also not be confused. This is not a blighted area. It's actually one of the most beautiful vistas anywhere around. And I'm quite sure it will be developed at some point. But this is about a specific project. And, I think where we would normally start would be, well, is this the kind of project that's been presented to us? Is that the kind of project that Blanco wants? Is that the kind of economic development Blanco wants? I think that's where we would normally start. But for me, I can't even get there because I genuinely don't think that the protagonists here are the right fit for Blanco to do business with. What they have presented to us is conceptual. It's a company that does not exist, maybe in name only. It doesn't have any demonstrable product. It doesn't have any demonstrable measure of success. And frankly, with all due respect, I don't think that the principal has any experience in the industry that she is pitching to us. She has another business in town, not related, and I don't think it is anything but a business in name only. It's a mattress. They came to us with deadlines that don't make sense that you would bring a project this big to a municipality. And I found it disrespectful. I also find it to be a red flag. Last thing I'll say about this will be a perfect data center. What data centers are looking for are at least 200,000 square feet of facility and about 100 acres of land. And it would be make a beautiful flip to a data center. So that might be a conversation we can have. Do we want a data center here?
No. So I'm going to answer the first question. The answer is no. The second answer is we're having our engineer look at the water that we have. And I will say that we only have X amount of water, but the ACR that we received, the alternative capacity request, is a temporary alternative capacity request that could be removed at any time. So the type of water that you're talking about, I don't want to say the word, but if that was going to happen, then we'd have to look at other options, such as not allowing for that kind of water to be given. So that could be a moratorium, that could be a lot of different things. I will answer one other question, and that is, from the standpoint of staff, we don't know enough about the project to know if that project is exactly what the residents want. But we've got to start somewhere, and the financing tools are a place to start. But no, I couldn't tell you if we want the project or not.
I just disagree. I don't think the financing tools are the best place to start. In fact, when we talk about any tool we have available to us to prevent a data center, the only tool we have is not extending those tax incentives. That's it. That's all we got. I just disagree with you. Yeah.
Well, I could probably say that this is on the table for me.
And by the
Or
way,
would like to table it, because
it is a
I
tool.
think the education on it is important, because I still don't feel comfortable enough about it. That those processes to say yes.
It is a tool to be used. We've discussed it before. I mean, I appreciate the refresher tonight, but I don't think it's necessarily absolutely new thing to any of us. But you sure want to trust who you're getting into business with.
Yeah, I think I would agree. I think more due diligence is needed before we move forward on any action. In my opinion.
I don't disagree with your point that we need more information. But I would say, taking all that back, Blanco can control its own charge for its own development of what we want to do inside the city limits. And I certainly don't want, there's been so many people who are on this council over the years who just say no to everything automatically. We don't want to talk about it. You can never change my mind. And that's been a real problem for Blanco. So my hope is that we would not let any negativity about this hilltop out there delay us from really investigating is TERS a tool we want to use for what's been a very popular thing in our master plan about developing down toward the lower Main Street and Elm Street over towards the Mesquite a little bit with the park. And pay attention to some of the blight that goes up and down Pecan Street, particularly on the west side, up towards the library. There's been a lot of discussion and for lack of a better term, input and excitement on, yes, let's tie that into the square. A TERS would be the vehicle we could use to do that without burdening our ad valorem taxes on the entire town for specific zones in town. So for those of you who may feel more negative about looking at this specific project, please keep looking at TERS, and sooner or later an hourly rate for someone who can guide us through that to really say, well, will this really pay off if we make this part of the TERS? What's the benefit of that? No, let's pass on that. Let's do this. I would like to run, not walk, for the city to be considering these things, because it takes a long time.
Indoor to northwest town, north of June Hills. I mean, now that the sewer line getting up, I've heard there's
Yeah, Mesquite
100+ acres right there that could possibly get done. Where, like he's saying, this could be a useful tool.
Oh, it is.
I'm not talking about
Yeah.
down
It is a
south,
useful
but
tool. And,
I like it.
I was at one of the meetings that Councilmember McClung was at, and at least what was talked about that day was some of the work that had been done in part of San Marcos that had been shop fronts that were mostly not. It was blighted. It was a blighted area, and they used the TERS, and they worked very well there. I think it's a different situation. I'm not close.
Reach out to the HCA member that's the city planner in Marble Falls. He was speakers.
Sorry, I couldn't be there. Yeah.
It was impressive what they've done with it and how it's really benefited the less, well, blighted is an overused term sometimes, but the west side of that area west of the downtown really improved the lifestyle of the citizens and the current property owners there.
I had a question in here, two questions. First one, number one, both of those areas that you're talking about, north and south, are they actually in the city now?
Yeah. The north is, the south is not.
So, yeah, the whole area that you were talking about development, so one is in the city, but one not.
Yeah.
And then number two, this, Petty Associates, they brought in with any relation to the, potential developers? Where do these people come from? Do they have any relation to that
Well,
developer?
I believe that
And it,
what we would probably do is put out an RFP or RFQ on, looking for the third party to represent us.
I mean, tonight is my first crash course and all that. He might as well have been speaking half Chinese. I've been able to, at least so I can do research on my own more on the PID and more versus.
We can have a crash course with them.
It's gonna take more than a few minutes, you know.
Can I ask you questions?
Sure.
Just to clarify, on this, I'm gonna try to break it down to its most simplicity here. Take it out of mind that we've looked at possible terms. This that we're dealing with tonight, trying to decide if we want to engage with this professional as an advisor in the future. From what I'm understanding, just by looking at this, what they're offering is an hourly rate. Yes, sir. As needed. At this moment in time, we don't need them. Like we're not there. We're not giving them anything that's billable time at this moment. I think to presenting it. Other than, from what I understand, they're asking us for $25,000 in an escrow, and if we do engage further, that will be paid for.
They'll be paid for out of the escrow.
So
That's his advice to us.
essentially, what I'm asking is out of this, where if we were to engage moving forward and with these folks, we're not asking anything out of them at this moment that requires payment.
We're not right now, no.
No.
If we had to put together a terms deal, then we would start that process,
Correct.
but we probably have to meet with them individually 3 or 4 times before a product comes out of us.
I'm fine with tabling this tonight, but moving forward, I do obviously want to, for the future, engage a professional to advise us on it, because I do foresee the city possibly wanting to pursue TERS in the future, and I think it's something that we do need to engage a professional on. I obviously don't want to hand over money that we don't need to.
So we can look at getting other quotes, or we can look at a competitive bid, like the mayor said, and do an RFQ. We can do it either way. Professional services might just be easier to get a couple more bids, but I don't have a problem either way. I work for you, so if you say, yeah, I want to get an RFQ style, but that may, if you're talking about, say, public project ignition, that may hit certain, say this, if we do RFQ or do something like that, this won't be ready till June, as far as hiring this individual or a different individual. There were certain dates you may have heard that need to hit that won't be hit. So I'm just saying that it's fine. It's whatever
We
you
work
want
on taxpayers, not the developers.
Absolutely. I don't
Her
disagree.
dates are her
I
dates.
don't disagree. I'm just saying that there is a time limit. May, it's a new council. We're not gonna get that done in May. It gets stable tonight, and then we'll talk to June. I'm just being realistic. It'll be June. That's fine. That's what you want to do.
I appreciate what you said, Councilman Moses. You're exactly right. And I think if anyone was wanting to start a business, they would, or of any substantial business other than, 1 or 2 man shop, they would engage an attorney to at least know what an hourly rate is. So, when we need an attorney, this is right. So I would encourage the city to at least get some prices they could live with. So if the city wants to look at a TERS anywhere in town, we need a TERS consultant. What can we, have,
These types of services solidified.
We don't need to put
Now
down
that we're approving
$15,000.
these TERS.
We could have it in our interest-bearing account.
That's right. I mean, we don't need a retainer, a modest retainer of a few $100s for a few hours, maybe we get started. It'd be a lot cheaper than a $15,000 retainer.
But maybe not a consultant that was brought to us by the developer. They might bubble to the top and be the best, but we should do an RFQ.
I agree.
Because we have to our best.
Do you want to make a motion for our review then?
I don't think we're there today.
I think that
Well, I'm not sure why we wouldn't be there to check some pricing of some professionals. As I said, if we're thinking of creating a new corporation, we want to at least know an attorney's name, only what they might charge. So what will be the resistance to putting on just a.
Because Project Ignite is attached
I'm not
to
talking,
this
no,
item.
I'm talking about for the city.
No, I understand, but on this item, in the backup, Project Ignite is attached to it.
table this one and then we can just ask for it.
And the staff's recommendation here, which I found very confusing. Recommendation, let me make sure, yeah. Yeah, staff recommendation is to approve a professional service agreement with Petty and Associates if City Council wishes to move forward with Project Ignite. I don't at this point, so for me, I'm not willing to approve the motion on this. All right, that's just me.
Would it be perhaps a compromise to direct the city administrator to look for pricing for third-party TERS consultants that can be helpful in the future?
I just don't think we have reason to do that in this moment.
Well,
But that's just my.
Just, obviously, I'm leaving the council like this is the last full meeting, and I've seen Blanco just stall for more than a decade. That's the reason I got 2 years ago. I just, I hope you at some point you are open-minded to at least checking prices.
Oh, yeah, if we got a project that merits it.
Well, we can't determine if we want to TERS anywhere in town unless we have an expert to talk to about it.
Well, the expert probably gonna ask questions about, some specific, we have specifics.
There's been a map circulated for about 4 years it's on the old city limits that I've passed out a little bit. This map of potential TERS.
I just saw that the other day.
Well, this has been part of the city vernacular. It's been on the city website. It's been passed around. I recall seeing this in the city office, a couple of administrations ago. The only point that folks here is TERS has been talked about for years. And it's just like, no, we don't want ever anything to change like TERS. We don't like those tools.
That's not true. I mean, I'm certainly open to it as a tool, but
I understand on this particular agenda item as written, it's probably not the right time. So I would encourage for people to be a little bit more visionary and to hold the city council accountable for moving Blanco in a direction where it can protect itself from the development that we're going to be surrounded by. That was me.
I will make the motion that we table item number 4.
Just for the clarification, and the official table brings it up on the next meeting.
Bring it up a little bit more broadly, so it's not particularly tied to a particular project, and codify that the city is interested in at least educating themselves.
I think we combine it with
I just want to make sure that we understand that it is kind of like what,
I would hope so. I hope it's here every meeting until they get serious about it.
Oh, I forgot to say so.
Oh, like I was removed my.
no, I was just trying to think of a different, obviously there was a different option on that.
But I don't know if I mean, it's a good point.
Well, maybe if it's tabled, staff will bring it back to us in a different form.
I like the idea of it.
Or no,
We'll bring it back in the same form, but
okay.
it can add on additional, or add another item to it,
Or
another
have different.
related item.
Tim, if I don't want to guarantee I'm gonna see it at the next meeting, what do I, what do I do? I'm gonna remove my initial motion to
It can be
take.
voted on and denied.
I'm just, I'm that we deny item number 4.
What?
I have a motion and a second. Is there any more?
Just a comment.
Conversation.
Just a comment, and I can see the reasoning of everybody getting political. I think perhaps it was presented presented in this agenda item, this, a little single focus. I'm a champion for Blanco using TERS for as much of the size of the town, for as much percentage of the city limits as they can get away with. So I just want to make that comment. I can certainly see the point. It seemed be a little restrictive. You're feeling like you'd be voting for something.
I respect your position tonight, Councilmember.
So I have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Did you say yes? So I have four for the opposition and one
Opposed.
against the opposition. Okay, yes, we can do that.
Well done.
Yeah.
So Mayor, can you say what happened there?
Clarify what.
You
what we
voted,
just did.
Voted to deny.
We voted.
you denied, and it was how many?
4-1.
4-2.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
No problem.
We'll probably look at what, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
We'll probably ask, staff to, get an RFP or RFQ out for a third party, just so we have our own TERS consultant, so we have somebody to. I'm not making a motion, I'm just.
Are you using the director?
Do I need to answer? It's like.
You can do it, Mayor, you can do that. So that the
Anytime,
vote-
I can do that anytime.
the direct staff.
So,
You know, with the bread and butter.
consideration for possible action on the utility rate change for inside and outside Blanco city limits.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. You've seen this a couple of different times, but I kind of want to explain this item and the next item kind of attached to each other. And this specific, and then I'm going to tell you what the recommendation is, then I'm going to go backwards. This is just for a overall 5% rate increase, or about 5%. I'll explain that in a minute. For inside and for outside, this does not include a large charge on availability fee or anything like that. It's just the straight 5%. The next agenda item will talk about the looking at a rate study and then looking at that larger increase that we'll probably look at in July or August in conjunction with our budget. I'm going to explain that. So
disregard the 50.
this is just in regards to what we're looking at is an overall rate increase of 4% across the board. So the old rate of 10.49 per gallon and 10.91 per gallon. The base fee for the 5/8 inch, which is about 1,100 taps, so that's 4%, and then the base fee for the water and sewer for the 1 inch and up is about 7%.
Probably that's per 1,000 gallons.
Yeah, 1,000
Per 1,000.
gallons, it says per gallon.
Yes. So when you look at the rate, and then if you look at this, what it is it's basically a 5% increase. So it's 4% across the board. So anyone's 5/8 or less per 1,000 gallons makes you at 10.91. And then the base fee goes up 4% for 5/8, and then 7% for anything more than that. But remember, the 5/8 is about 1,100 taps, and so this would get the city about an increase of revenue of about $100,000. Okay, so
It's a year, right?
a year. So I want to talk to you
And this
about.
would go into the enterprise fund, right?
Yes, this will go to the enterprise fund. But I do want to mention, if we had talked a little bit about I want to just kind of give everybody. So we have for the general fund, as Jose has talked about, we have almost $500,000 in that range. That is very close to the 90 days that Terry talks about that we need to have in budget operations. So we're very solid there. The issue we've had with enterprise is that we don't have almost 500,000, but it's like 42. We have $100,000 or $105,000 of prepaid fund, which really only about 20 days of operation. That really needs to. So in 2022, we did a rate study, and that person at the time, Phil Gibbons, with Superior Management, recommended a 35% increase. And that was in late 2022. August of 2023, we did a 20% rate increase, or about a 20% rate increase. And then the only other revenue that we received after that was we went to new AMR meters, which are electronic meters, and that has helped us probably get another 10% of revenue. So probably don't need a rate study to say that percent. I'll tell you why, because we get a 5%, say a 5% rate increase from Infomark every year for 5.2 this year. We get a rate increase from Gebra. We get a rate increase on everything that we do. And Texas Water, therefore, just keep up with the 5%. I apologize for any little thing that just basically a few little errors on here, but if you look at what the ordinance, now I do want to also explain. If the question is why don't we just do it all in August, I'll tell you why that's because we had a disruption a couple of months ago. I think Jose mentioned it, and I mentioned it. That disruption was when we owed Infomark funds, we didn't have enough to cover it. We were short about $10,000. We had to go ahead and we don't want to have disruptions like that. Too many of those are auditable. Consider a disruption. So we've been running lean and mean on not doing very many increases, but we're gonna have to do one this time. But I also want to mention that the money that you approved today, you're not gonna see till July. It's almost 3 months because it takes 30 days for the ordinance, and since all the time it takes 30 days for the ordinance to get into effect, and then from April 14th to May 14th, and then from May 14th to June 14th, then that's the first billing. The bills go out June 25th, and probably won't get most of this July 10th or July 20th. So you're talking about 3 months. If you wait until August, then you're not getting paid on that construction before that. So you really need to pass the 5% now to worry about the larger increase. We had rates afterwards. Tim, go ahead.
And also from a legal point of view, as Warren referenced, there was a rate study done in 2022. He recommended, and that's a cost benefit analysis, costing analysis with debt service loaded in, all your infrastructure and all the projections in there. He was recommending 35% increase. And nowadays, by the way, Buda just did one at Kyle, 70%. These things are coming in crazy. Point is, even if you approve 5% tonight, which I'm, point is legally, you're still, even with the 20% you did, you add 5%, you're still well inside the original recommendation of 4 years ago. So
you're still gonna have to do more, but this will at least get us out of the danger.
Yeah, well, and that's important because if you have the appeal from residents or anyone out of the city folks, their appeal rights are directly to the PUC. We're not directly regulated by the PUC, Texas Public Utility Commission, but the right of appeal on rates goes to the PUC. And all of that evaluation by the PUC is done based, okay, is this a rational basis? Are you actually doing this at a reasonable rate of return, reasonable cost, et cetera, et cetera? You're not in the profit business here. You're in the cost recovery business with a reasonable return for inflation. This guy just told you 4 years ago it should be 35%. This guy does rate studies for hundreds of cities. Bill Gibbons, you're gonna take up later, he said 35%, you did 20, which is great. That's all you could do. 5%, you're still well within. Very defensible, by the way, at PUC. I recommend that you proceed from that point of view, at least, whether you want to do it or not. From a policy point of view, is up to you. But I did want you to have the benefit of that. Warren and I talked about the loading in that's gonna happen out of city with Cielo. And looking at those numbers, which got a little scary, that's when I recommend to Warren that you do the rate study on that, because you cannot go with those kind of increases without a rate study. First, we need to better, you need to understand better, just what is it, what kind of debt service you're covering there, and load it in properly. So you assure the out of town folks that, hey, again, you're just recovering your costs with a reasonable rate of return, not in the profit business and all that. So if you get a rate case, and in fact, when you did the 22 change, I got calls from some of these other folks asking about from lawyers looking at the rate case. They looked at the rate study, said, no, not going to do it. They knew they weren't going to win it. So you got to have a rate study on that next part that Warren's deferring for there's no change in this proposal on the out of city limits availability fee.
Still stay at 1612. And I know it's a little bit, we're trying to look at all these different things, but it will still stay at 1612. So that additional, that will be a later issue. This is just a 4% across the board and then 7% for anything that's over 1 inch.
I was making mention of the last water conservation meeting I was in Wimberley. One stuck in my mind. Speaker said that delivering water and processing sewer is a service, and the populace citizens have to pay for the service. I mean, that was it. And for a bunch of conservationists to say that.
So,
Yeah, that's why I said, remember.
it's a life affirming necessity for
Yes.
citizens. Blanco and our water, we have to recognize, I find it expensive.
I do too.
My water bill, and I don't water a lawn, my water bill often exceeds my electric bill. Yeah, that's off of PEC, I appreciate it.
My goes on. Yeah, back at Warren so much, he doesn't want to hear it.
But I have seen the numbers, and I do recognize that we have an issue, but I find it really unfortunate.
Well, with the rate study and the stuff outside the city limits, I'll be honest, I want to ensure that that prospective increase is enough. Because the reason so I understand the necessity for the rate study, because it might come back on the.
I expect the rate study to say that the 5% we're doing now is not enough. But from a strictly a math procedure, doing the math, we don't do 5% now, we wait 3 or 4 months to do it. We're going to have more issues where we're borrowing against the general fund, and that's
They hurt your bond already. Right?
good.
Yeah.
Good if they had to come. Could, I don't know if I would.
But if we did it enough time, or if we went insolvent, then the state takes over.
Oh,
I'm gonna really.
yeah, the 5% now will be fine. We'll do a rate study and come back with a comprehensive review of water inside and outside the city in July and August in conjunction with your budget.
Yeah, when we had the call with Moody's, that was one of the questions they asked us. Where were we with general fund? Were we with enterprise? Because that does affect your borrowing. If they see if you're borrowing, constantly borrowing, that will lower your bond rate. That will,
That's one of the questions on the questionnaire, and then we had a live call with Moody's, and that's what they want to know that.
Which then makes the interest rate much higher.
Yes.
That's the
Yeah.
issue there.
So they have to
To show
have-
that you can, you have to show that you can run the city.
Right,
Yeah,
if you're not
the
doing it
interest
city
paid by the
efficiently,
bond
right,
bonds.
right, they're gonna say, and investors look at it, why would I want to invest in a city that doesn't
Correct.
manage their funds efficiently?
How much is Texas
Definitely very
water,
high premiums.
how much is Texas water gone up on us since 2022?
It's a CPI adjustment every year, is there not?
5% a year.
Well, at least 3.
So our operator is 5%, and I think,
Like, who are buying our water from? Texas water.
Texas Water, I think that's, I think it's 3.5 every year.
They,
Transport.
and transport.
They go up 3.5% every year.
We buy it from cheaper.
It's a CPI.
It's a CPI, so it's basically 2022 to now, it's been 3 years.
Core inflation is, it's gonna be in that range.
It's probably, since 2022, you're about 14.
And we haven't gone up at all.
Yeah, but I mean, that 20% that we went up and I was part of that, you know, that's a hard one to talk people into and make them feel okay about that, which they didn't.
So we had 2 basic increases. We had the 20% that the council members talking about, and then we had a revenue increase of the meters, because it probably created an extra 10% of revenue, but that's really the water they're actually using. For some people, new meters, not much. For people that have 30-year-old meters,
I love the old meters.
Yeah, exactly.
I pooped my pants the first month bill I got with that electronic one.
but it was really tough to do. I'll say the council members. But I don't wanna come back next year and have to do 20%. That's why you do 5% every year.
Obviously, I mean, I know we had a big rate, 3 years ago, but I mean, if everything else is no different than a press of oil. Look at the gas pumps, oil goes up, gas goes up. I mean, as far as logistics, or common sense, the city's getting stuck holding this while everything else around us is going up.
But it's hard to do that.
And believe me, I understand it. I don't want to pass it on to anybody, especially myself, but at the end of the day, for a business, for a city to be successful, at the end of the day, if everything else goes up, we at some point, we gotta pass it on too. And now at what point that is,
And my thought was that the council didn't for a while because, well.
nobody wants to be,
The water.
I don't wanna be mad at you.
Well, the water plant was down, but they were going, okay,
Yep.
well, it's gonna be back up.
All right, but
Just
right
wait.
now, the water plant, we are at the hands of TBCQ. How long are they gonna? They're gonna flip us around. Am I being serious?
It's 50 months.
Okay, I've been waiting on a septic permit for 3 months in Connaught County for TBCQ.
Tell us what's on your mind.
Well, when it comes to TBCQ, I'm just saying what are we gonna do if they keep little floating us around for another 8 months?
Well, you'll be here for that.
Well, I'm just saying, until we can get this blending permit, and I love Danny to death, but I mean, he's just guessing. No one knows when the state is gonna say, yes, we approve. Being serious. Now, we know 8, 9 months from now, we're still dependent on Texas water. And I guess from what I'm hearing, we're going broke.
Yeah, well, yeah,
That's right.
yes. On the enterprise side, yeah.
Is there a motion here?
Well, what other option do we, I don't know, what other option do we have? What else can we do? I don't know.
Sounds like you're moving to adopt the,
No, I mean, I
adopt
want.
staff's recommendation.
Well, that's what I'm asking. Is there, what else can we do? Yes, no, what else can we do? I don't know.
you have a motion or would you like me to make it? Or- I think you just made it.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, if everything else has been going up, and I wasn't here 2-3 years ago. I mean, I get it, the 20% back. I do.
That's tough. That's tough for people.
But in the last 3 years, if things keep going up, and we're still stuck at the same rate.
We're all on the same table here.
I don't understand why the ordinance didn't have some in their language that said, hey, if Texas Water or Zebra or wherever the heck we're getting our water from goes up, it goes up automatically.
Well, I think the Mayor Pro Tem has made an excellent point previously, and maybe he'd like to make it again, and I think it's something we should adopt.
Yeah, so it's basically along those lines. I think once we do get the rate study and we do get more information, it would make sense to look at what would an escalator look like to where you don't have to do this every single time. But you factor everything, right? Like, because again, we're not here to make money, right? But we have to cover our costs. So how do you build that in based on what we're paying to Jiba, Texas Water, all of the Intermark, all of that that's going on here. So to where this isn't an annual.
And I believe Kansas City has something tied to it, to CPI that's 4% or whatever the CPI is.
You don't want to be aggressive with it, but I mean, you want to do something to where you don't have to have this conversation.
We say average, or it's just like every other graph. So we're right here.
Yeah. Well, so I wouldn't say I don't think we should, because I don't know what that number is. So I wouldn't say that just for tonight. But I think as the rate study comes out and the continued discussions happen, I would encourage that conversation to be part of the conversation.
Mayor Pro Tem, I think you have previously suggested that it be part of the budget.
Also, yeah,
makes a lot of sense to me.
Very much to do with that. That way you can look at projections of what's going on. It's like things change.
So I have a question.
So the mayor would give mayor's to
on the, this has been on the agenda packet for a few meetings now, 3 or 4. I mean, this same, the water rate. So different, as far as the water piece, not the, where you all have transition to. But if there's any, my question is if there's any approval for a flat rate, which I'm not against, I'm not, I mean, there was justification for these. And some of the justifications were, well, we're gonna move debt from one bucket to the other bucket. And so that we have more room to borrow in that bucket because we're limited. So anyway, with that, and I know you all understand what I'm saying here. If there's a rate increase, it should be across the board evenly throughout your system, whether it's in the city, out of the city. A lot of those people that are out of the city have been members for water customers for 30 years. And now you want to possibly put more burden on them than in city. They don't have the other services that they see. So the city isn't a bad thing. But that rate, that bucket change to free up, is that going to be part of it?
Can I speak to me? That's a good question. That's actually something that affects me personally. It's my little blood boiling. I'd love to explain that. Part of that change is very simply, I'll use Cielo Springs as an example. Developer put in a very terrible water system out there. Deep lake, very terrible water system. Those folks bought into that development, not knowing that obviously, but part of buying into a development like that is you're buying the issues that come along with it. Weren't annexed in. Water system obviously became the city's problem when they took over. City years and years have been losing money to provide water service to that neighborhood. Unfortunately, from a bad deal that was taken from the previous council and the bad developer. Now it's come to the point that the city is legally obligated to provide water service to those folks. Now it'll come to point to us the most cost-effective investment path moving forward is to repair that water. That repair is costing the city about $2.5 million. That bill is being placed directly on citizens inside the city limits and being paid for out of their ad valorem taxes. I, as a citizen, and being taxed to pay for services for somebody outside the city limits that was bought into a development, but the developer created a bad situation for the city. And they have no obligation to pay for any of that. They don't pay affluent, so they're not city citizens. So everybody that wants to be a city citizen, like us, are being punished, charged for that $2.5 million mistake. I don't live there. I've been, I thought here in the city limits, and a city, I don't even see the services that a city is required to provide. I must remain responsible. I don't like paying for other people's crap. That's not.
So
That portion of the debt would be the cost of repairing their water line and the cost of repairing the water plant, their portion of what they will be provided of that water when that time is complete. They're being asked to pay for it. Now, legally, we can't just place that, as far as my understanding is, that debt on Cielo Springs residents only. As far as my understanding is, we have to split that amongst all of the like customers, which would be customers of city limits. So I do appreciate your point, but speaking as a city resident, I don't like paying for bad water systems outside of the city limits for people that don't pay property taxes, but using.
I appreciate it. But those people have also contributed and actually funded, they've actually funded those systems for all these years to make it what it is or what it isn't.
I motion that we approve, what agenda item we're on?
Yeah, number 5.
Five. Warren says we need the money. Right.
Staff's recommendation.
Staff recommendations. Across the board, in and out of city limits.
It's 4% for residents.
4%,
With a 5/8 inch cap.
Correct.
And it goes,
It's
it's
7% for anything at 1 inch or higher.
That's more or less commercial use.
But that's commercial use. That's more your heavy commercial, 1 inch and higher.
Giving you the constant.
Yep.
And exhibit A, all of these items listed.
Yes,
Can I make a comment?
sure.
I live in Florida, I live in. And, well, I am more than happy. to pay what it costs to maintain water. I have a very large number of hats in my life. Being in the Air Force, playing, being a computer consultant, and a computer programmer, all the way down to doing my own. And we do have water problems. It seems that every winter we have, just about every winter, we have one or the pumping water not being. I'm not interested in putting in rainwater collection necessarily at this point. But, so what we've done in the past when we have no water is we've gone and bottled, buying water. Yes, we can afford it, but I would rather help pay for the infrastructure to be improved. One of the hats I've worn is I've always done my own plumbing. And built engines and race cars, cruise rotation, drum breakers, and we'll find out. And I work as a computer consultant and a computer programmer all over this country. California, Connecticut,
the Chicago and all of that. I would get calls and say, we got a problem, we need you. I'm thinking this. So took it off quick, go. And, I would welcome the opportunity to pay my fair share for the water infrastructure to be improved in these cities. I think the rest of my neighbors would probably share my sentiment. Because we don't want to be scabs on everybody else's bills going up, just for legal service. We're getting service. I want the service to be good, and I want it to be continuous. Standard. I own a home in some of our town. I own a home in and don't have to build a house for my wife and cut it off. And the reason I'm interested in all these infrastructure things is because I want to closely see that these homes get built. I know, for example, that we would flee in my home in Seminole County, and I just recently. Seminole County is a very wealthy county, but there was 2 new houses. That's very important. And so they've extended municipal water just about to, which is unheard of. And so I had municipal water installed. Well, it's a pretty big job, you know. I can do this myself, but you get a certified plumber for this. You can make sure all the guys are dotted with you across over the whole process. And I instructed him to, because we have I instructed him, and a lot of rocks in the ground. I instructed him to bury the available of rocks line. I chose 30 inches, very confident. So, and I had him sleeve the checks. Texas, the best conduit for water. I had him sleeve in PVC.
We gotta finish up.
Okay. From the point of getting it is I know a lot about how to do these things, and I would hope that these are fixes, these leak fixes that happen like here in the county, in the city, in Seattle Springs, that they do the same thing. They sleeve the water line, not using metal. Use PEX.
We have engineers.
Well, we have a committee that you might be interested in volunteering for. Capital improvement and asset management.
You would be great on it.
Very much appreciate your points.
I'd be very happy to help.
You just got another job.
We'll try to connect you with the right people. Okay. Yeah, that point you're making would be very appreciated. Glad you just heard it. Okay, so as I recall,
Call Warren.
I'll stick around and.
Councilman Byars has a motion on the table.
Yes.
But I do not believe we have a second. Is that correct?
You are correct.
Okay. I'd like to second that eloquent motion from Councilmember Byars. Okay, we got a second.
Okay, any more discussion?
My own question, staff, and I think this is going to be a question for our next item, but you know, when we get that rate study, I mean, we could completely change the way our rates work currently, correct?
Yes, you could.
Regardless of this change that we're talking about right now, this 5%.
5% is needed now, but we can do a completely different rate order that looks at different values.
Okay, great. That's all.
And with this 5%, I request to get a postcard.
Great. We definitely need to communicate. with the
We'll send
public what's
postcard.
happening.
Yes, ma'am.
So I have a motion and a second and conversation, and is there any further conversation? All those in favor?
Yay.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, so now we start Consideration discussion action on, contracting with Philip Gibbons, Superior Management for the City of Blanco utility rate study. And this is the gentleman that had done it prior, right?
Right, and we could actually, if you actually look at what he provided to you, there's actually a letter there from former Mayor Martha Herndon saying that he'd done a fantastic job before. So I believe he'd done it 3 times before he did it the 4th time in 2022. And so he's very familiar with this community. I know he's in North Houston, he's out of Montgomery County, Houston area, but he does this all over the state. But he had been here at least 4 times prior to meet with staff and look at everything. So I know that when he did this time before, the council have not taken the recommendation, nothing. But in 2022, we did the 20% and not the full 35%. So he has, so the idea is what we talk about, which is the larger increase, we would hold off until we get a study from Superior Management, Bill Gibbons. And the other thought on this is that there are 3 different types of studies. There's a $9,000 kind of basic study. There's a $12,000 study that this is more of an update because he's done so many before. So we're getting. I think normally if you went to some other firms, that it's actually one place I went to, it was well over 40,000. So in this case, it's 12,000, which is the middle one. Also looks at conservation and how that value either helps you or hurts you financially, but it also looks at that. I know there's also possibilities of resources where we may be able to get this somewhat paid for. We'll look into those resources, but I think it's really important. It will take from today, it would take 90 days for him to actually have a draft. So if you approve it today, you can have a 90 days brings you to talk about July, the middle of July, right in the middle of actually. So I think I've kind of explained that. If you've gone through the process, he'll meet with you a couple times, go over information, probably meet with our feedback group. It's really good to get your questions.
I do. Sure. I don't want to muddy it going too much here, but I know I saw the reference from former Mayor Martha Herndon. I certainly appreciate that. I didn't see any references they're almost all a decade old. So that's kind of that kind of got my attention. But the other thing is, I know you're recommending the exceptional rate study at 12,000, correct?
Yes, sir.
But I like a lot of stuff in the superior rate study at 17,000. But without doing an RFQ or an RFP, I guess rather, I don't know if this is a value or not. Maybe it is. It seems like you're indicating it's a value, but.
So I can tell you totally different situation. But we had UGen Solutions and Sealing. Back in 2000. I think that was back in 2018. No, I did not do an RFQ, but I did one previous thing that was a lot more because it's a bigger city, more complication as well, so not have to slow down. And this person's has been here and has done it. But no, I haven't shopped around.
Well, I mean, you know, I appreciate what you're saying. I mean, perhaps it's great value. I mean, under the superior rate study, the thing that got my attention is the comprehensive summary of recommended rate structure, access performance of each recommended rate structure, and provide recommendation on the rate structure. The reason this is interesting to me is I still think that we need to seriously look at going back to a tiered structure like we had previously, where there is a different rate for commercial and industrial and residential. And the reason it is, and I was part of it the last time we changed the rates, and it was decided we weren't gonna do that. Because it was easier to get this 20% across the board sold. But in hindsight, you know, the residents of Blanco, they've got to drink water, they've got to bathe themselves, bathe their children, wash their clothes, wash their dishes. And every time we raise the water rate, there's nowhere for them to offset that cost. They can't push that to anybody else. Whereas, and I'm not picking on them, we're so thankful for them, but our commercial or industrial users, they can, because they can build that into their price and they can increase their price if they need to. So I want to make sure that we're seriously looking at different kinds of rate structures. And it seems to me, if I'm reading this right, that really wouldn't be looked at in the essential rate study for 12,000.
So for an additional 5,000, and we can look and see, we get some of that. I know there's some resources that Councilman McCon reached out to me about. I have I'll call into that person and see if there's some ways to get some of that reimbursed. We'll take a look at that. That's what we want to do. I am going to say something. Sometimes it seems like things get rushed to you because they got rushed to you. The last couple of months, we've really seen where there's been some disruptions. We had to get this 5% because I was afraid of us having to borrow.
Congratulations. Congratulations on that.
Thank you, and I really appreciate it. What I'm getting at is if we do this thing where it goes, where we do this study and we're doing this in July or August, I think Councilman will have time. Because now we're talking 4 months from now, we'll have time to maybe we look at this when we see that put this together. There were some questions from the group and from me about why are we doing it this way? But maybe commercial should, and maybe council wants to go to see that meeting and say, hey, maybe commercial should be taking more of a load than residential. That's a policy question, more so than a math question.
It's not part, if you don't see it as a viable part of it.
I think it's I'm not sure why we did it that way before.
I was very much a part of it. I mean, it was about selling the increase to the public, and we got some backlash from some of our big users. Like, you know, I was brand new on council. I have since decided that I think that tiered structure that apparently we had maybe before I got here might make sense.
But his superior study and everything with other has been also, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, how much more money?
5,000 more.
5,000 more.
But again, I'm a little hesitant because I just don't know the quality of the product we're getting if we're not comparing it to anything else.
I do know they're on the PUC registered list. I just looking on the internet right now, 2024-25, City of Leon Valley, they just did a rate study for them. City of White Oak up in the Houston area, they just did a rate study. These guys have been doing rate studies all over the state for quite some time. I don't know of the other firms off the top of my head, but they are well experienced. They came to us originally by grant, approved by PUC. So they were an approved firm at the time.
Right, and you know, again, I've only dealt with two people. I've dealt with them, I've dealt with Jet Solutions, so I'm by no means, but they have a good reputation.
So along those lines, though, I'm trying to remember, and we looked at this a while back, but is there a dollar amount to where we should go out for RFP in regards to new vendors? Finances like that.
50,000.
Was it high? Okay, I couldn't remember. Okay.
I think they just raised that.
They just raised it to 100,000.
Well, I'm not going to get in the council's way if it was like we want to go with this fellow again, but
I make a motion, we approve the $17,000 study. And just kick, yeah. And we're using kicking the can down the road. You know, in the spirit of getting things done, and on the short term,
I will second that motion.
Anyone have council?
I do have one question on that or discussion. So we increased from 12 to 17, so there's 5.
Yep.
We increased 28 to 40 on the sewer, so there's 12. So budget wise, Turtle, yeah.
Extra 17,000.
So just making sure budget wise, so does that fit?
Well, it will fit because you just gave us the 5%.
And the enterprise fund is going to pay for this rate.
And the enterprise gonna draw it to pay for the rate study and to pay for this. And we have $100,000 in reserves right now, so yes, we'll be fine.
Thank you.
Mr. Mike,
Yeah, you had a question?
were you here when these guys did the last rate survey? With Warren, were you here?
He was on the council,
I was
when
on
they
council.
ordered it, and I was on council when it.
Were you happy with them? I mean, with what they presented, how they presented themselves? I mean, did it seem?
You know, as far as I could tell, they were reasonable communication. I think their advice was spot on. We probably should have increased it.
Did you?
But that would
I
have
mean,
been a hard sell, you know.
like, we were talking about, but I mean,
I think
they seem pretty good, huh?
Yes.
I think something that you also need to consider, and even with the rate study is, you, like you said, you've got people out of district that are not being annexed. So we're paying for that through our taxes. They're getting away with that. Considering having an out of district fee, subsequent user fees, because now we're paying for the bonds and that kind of stuff. So it's just something that it should be part of the rate study.
Okay. And a motion in a second. All those in favor? Okay, now to the fun part. Consideration discussion can take possible action on approving requests for proposal for digitization and management of city records and records. Dan, do it.
Okay.
Good, Alan. You should do what?
We're almost done, y'all. We're almost done. You stayed so long. Okay.
No, you're fine. Okay, so I don't wanna stand in anybody's back, so I've included some photos here. What I'm asking for is just permission to get proposals to digitize the files that are at City Hall. This is just a few photos of the boxes that we have. A lot of these are permanent files that we have to have, files that we have to maintain. This entire shed is full. So when people do a PIR or anything, it is very time consuming because it's manually going through paper records, or if they have been scanned, we don't have a smart system. So it's knowing what that previous person saved the document as, and if they use initials and I search a key term, I'll never find it. So it's, I think that's the.
I am a big proponent of this because, Laura Walla at the county clerk's office. Her staff does no PIRs. You do your own PIR. You set up
Yes,
your.
you are able, a lot of the systems will have that.
Yeah, you set up your account and you search for records. You can even, for an additional charge, search court records, birth, death, divorce. If you want.
Did we get there?
Yes, absolutely, but I don't know what the cost is. I've had so many vendors, like every conference you go to, there's a plethora of vendors.
Yeah.
And then there's some that do like a tiered payment, like you pay a yearly, but I don't know the numbers to even present you with, because I have no idea.
And
But
Aubrey
almost
has
every-
something to look out for, because you want to make sure you own the documents.
Well, that is, yeah, so like, so one, I think it's a great idea. Yeah. Two, whenever you look at the technologies, making sure that the documents stay in their native format, they don't go to proprietary format, because if you ever change, it's more difficult to make that transition. So anyway, just something else.
Yeah, there were some that they would digitize everything and they would give you the artifact. There were some that would maintain it. But the biggest thing is just finding documents for people when they want them in a timely manner. And then also you're able to do your own self-search. You don't have to submit anything.
And a lot of them will be able to OCR it, so even if they were named incorrectly before and all of that, you can OCR.
Oh, yes, they'll have the smart text server.
I will still learn that.
Okay, how do we sign up?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so, and additionally, I have probably 80 filing cabinets that have data that we're required to keep, and they're all full. And the state has said that law enforcement can move to digital data retention and no longer have to maintain certain documents, such as officer handwritten notes, so forth, so on, as long as they're maintained in the same format and form, like photocopy. Problem is, we can't do none of that because we don't have the technology to. This can also do that, but it would not be, since it's all CGIS, it's not, we can't add it to your files to be searched.
You can filter them too, as a lot of the vendors have presented. Like you can filter what is open, what is, needs to be redacted prior to release. So it's just it's very needed, but I have no idea what price it is, so I don't know how to present you or to even search for grants because I don't have a price.
Does this need a motion or just a directive?
Motion. What do you need?
Yeah, just one other comment on that, very much on that. So once you do that, RFP to get it, and everything does go digital, you also want to get an RFP for a good backup system inside of the backup system and cybersecurity, all that kind of stuff to make sure it's not missing. That's right, or one cloud, and you've got to have some redundancy, but not get into those details now, but I don't know that it needs to be combined. I think it's going to be two different systems, but I just wanted to mention that you keep that in mind when you're exploring.
DC3 does a lot of that, so they want.
Yeah, not to belabor it, just you gotta make sure all the pieces are.
Just
I move we put this up for RFP.
quick clarification before we vote, just to make sure. This RFP will be requesting proposal for services, but whoever we hire will be doing the police department's record as well as the city administration record, even though they have to be kept separate. Separate. We are providing that for them. Okay, I just want to make sure that was included. Thank you. 80 filing cabinets.
Well, we don't know what it costs yet.
Yeah, but we need to.
It's a nice idea.
We need to find that service.
Approve the idea.
Yes.
Oh, we've almost approved it.
Yeah, I think it's on test to the police too.
Okay. Do I have a motion on the second for Bobby? All those in favor, unless there's any more discussion? After you want to sleep. Okay. At 9:04, we are going to adjourn into the executive session. Had a,
So we're going back
Smart back.
Business number one.
Number.
to old business number one.
Regarding old business number one, I move that we approve resolution 2026-R-005, which states a resolution of the city council of the city of Blanco, Texas, confirming existing municipal services and providing for a wastewater service plant along and in the vicinity of South Highway 281, extending to the vicinity of Yet Memorial Park. The optimal section reading, with the section 2 reading, service plan update and modification, municipal wastewater shall be planned and executed for delivery in the vicinity of and along Highway 281 south, extending to the vicinity of Yet Memorial Park, not later than fiscal year 2030-2031, unless development initiatives become available to shorten the service plan delivery timeline.
Just set the timeline.
Well said.
Second.
Awesome. Another lane up section.
That's right.
More discussion? More session? All in favor? Is it unanimously?
Congratulations.
Do I have a motion to adjourn?
I move that we adjourn.
Do I have a second?
Second. Last second.
All in favor? Adjourn.
Yeah, they have to let you go.